Hey everyone, this is day 16, where I will be going over Lucio, Lunara, and Maiev. Lucio is from Overwatch. He is a support. And we can look at his abilities. Wall ride. He gets MS touching walls, which is his mountain trait in HOTS. That's his basic attack. Sound wave. Pushes. Crossfade is his MS or health, yes. Amp hit up. And sound barrier is his ulti. So yes, in HOTS, oh yeah, I wanted to mention I'm using a new talent calculator as I found out that the old one is outdated. And this one is up to date, I believe. So I will be using this one from now on. HOTS added High Five as his second ulti. I think it used to be something else, but then they replaced it with High Five. He can attack while moving, and this is one thing I wanted to mention. I would change all the heroes that can attack while moving. Maybe shorten their attack range to like 4.5. 5.5 is the average. So I would cut their attack range by 1. So this would apply to like Lucio, Tracer, and Diva. I believe are the only ones who can attack while moving. For Lucio, I also wanted to mention, let's see his tier. He is high in ARAM because he is AoE healer, and he doesn't have mana issues. This familiarity and medium. Lucio, I find his E to be a bit too passive. Well, I mean W is literally a passive, but E only boosts W. For the heal, you pretty much just spam it off cooldown. And the only one you would really time is the movement burst. So to make E more of an active playstyle, I'd probably put in reverse amp for free as part of the ability. Those two heroics. First one, the sound barrier. After delay, it creates a very strong shield for allies that decays over time. And his other ulti matches his movement playstyle. High Five, when he dashes to an ally and heals them and gives both unstoppable. Those 20 upgrades for his heroics are Post Nova, reduces cooldown, and the shield also decays faster, so there's a drawback. That one, I'd probably change so it'd be less spammable. Because the whole point of that ability is to pretty much use it at every fight. Because its uptime is more than doubled because of the cooldown. His other one for high five, you can now high five enemies, mixing fire and deal some damage, reduces their healing received. So it's good for anti-burst healing like Rhaegar's ancestral healing. It also is pretty risky to use because it requires him to touch the enemy. His other 20s, he has House Party, gives him increased healing. I mean, it's very lackluster as a 20 because the healing only applies to himself. And Summer Anthem makes them unkillable. Cooldown's pretty long with a very short duration. This requires good timing to use, but I might change it. Just because unkillable feels like a weird effect on Lucio. So I said I wanted to make a reverse amp, which lets amp it up, do the opposite against enemies, deals damage and slows. make it into like a baseline thing. Amp, reverse amp, oops. Reverse amp. Let's say built in. Lucio can also, you want to talk about the carry Lucio? It's not really a thing, but he has talents for that for some reason. And he can kill maybe like some burst mages like Kel'Thuzad and Orb Gleaming. That's because they can't escape him and they also can't really touch him. And that's also because of the fact he can attack while moving. I feel like that's an unhealthy build. We have his abilities, which are sound wave, crossfade, amp it up, and the straight push off. I wanted to mention I don't like Boombox as an talent for him, just because it doesn't fit his playstyle, being inside like being inside the fight, since you can just deploy Boombox out of range. I mean, it is a good talent though, but I'll remove it because it doesn't really fit the theme of him. For Soundwave, we have the quest, a subwoofer. I'll probably move it at 1. Knocks them further, and then adds more AoE. It's fine. We have Off the Wall. Reduces cooldown while hitting. The wall ride is active. Probably change the cooldown to something else. Maybe just increases the damage. Because is where we have like increased effect as the quest reward, range, knockback, and arc. So maybe off the wall will be, let's say, increases sound wave damage by like 75% instead. It still is pretty soft, 105 damage. Okay now with talent active. And we also have good vibrations. He gets shields. I believe that's tournament. MVP. No, wait, never mind. This duration. Oh, it's right there. 7 seconds. It's fine, I guess. Those stacks. Stack and refresh duration. Well, on 7 seconds. Well, maybe that's what the cooldown's for. I guess we could just increase the duration, since I guess if you took this one, you could keep refreshing this and adding on to it. Let's just make good vibrations. Duration increased to like 10 seconds. So it can stack with itself. And you'll need the other talent to depend on. Let's see, for crossfade we have the quest, party mix. Reverse amp is now built in. We have all together. It gives just him movement speed. And house party gives just him increased healing. None of the talents really affect a specific part, which is the healing or the speed boost. I'd probably make all together. Maybe just increase the base effect by about 50%. crossfade, healing, and healing and speed boost effects increased by 50%. This would be a remake. Yeah, and Summer Anthem is also a crossfade talent. Oh, think about those. Let's go on to the next ability. We have Amp It Up. The talents are these three, where you can pick one. Rejuvenescentia is usually the best choice here because of its insane healing boost. Oh, it's just maybe just, yeah, let's keep it just because it's a percentage-based healing. I'm not gonna put accent marks. I wanted to add a quest for Amp It Up because the other two have quests, and this one would be, we maybe call it House Party. The quest is to use Amp It Up when 6+ heroes are in range. The reward increases Amp It Up duration. Let's see, reward increases duration by 0.5 up to 3 seconds. Uh, 3 seconds. 100% increase in duration. Might be a bit too good. Let's say up to 2 seconds. This is 8 stacks. You try to do this 8 times. Reward increases duration by 0.25 seconds up to 2 seconds. So yeah, you would have 5 seconds of Amp It Up. This one, I believe, reduces the cooldown of Amp It Up. We could, so this might need a slight nerf because 5 seconds of 2.5% would be I mean, it used to be 3 seconds of 2.5%, which is 7.5%. And it's for the whole team. So this one might need a nerf to reduce to 2% of max HP per second. So it's nerfed down to 6% and up to 10% with the House Party quest. So this one aims at the healing boost. Amp It Up. We can also have up the frequency, amp it up, recharge time. Amp it up, recharges, let's say like 10% faster. 10% faster for every hero in its range. So at max, it would be 10 heroes, right? Including himself, which is 100% faster. So the cooldown would be cut to half. That is 6.5 seconds. Duration is 5 seconds with the quest. It has like 80-90% uptime, which is high. As long as there's a lot of people in range. So we can also have amp it up talent that affects the enemy. We have increased duration. We don't need this anymore. So let's say so you have increased healing for allies. The enemies can be maybe increases the enemy slow to 30%. Now let's say up to 11. Amp it up. Slows enemies. Slow enemy heroes by 30%. Slow enemy heroes by 30% instead. Amp it up, increased slow by 50%. Amp it up, reverse amp, and increased slow by 50%. So the slow is just say increased slow to 30%. Amp it up, reverse amp, increased slow to 30%. That one you can maybe take early. Because it's a lot weaker than the ally heal one. Up the frequency. We might be able to make this one the 20. Let's say 20% faster. So if you actually have all 10 heroes in range, you have unlimited uptime. Well, that's, you know, super rare, right? So if you have your whole team in range, that's almost 100% uptime. But the AoE is kind of small because you can't take a party mix. You wanted the duration quest. I think this is fine at 20, especially since it's competing against the heroic upgrades. It's a crossfade passive, healing and speed boost. His two heroics is the sound barrier, which is fine. High five. I like how it fits his style. Bossa Nova. I would. Let's see. You can see the shield almost matches his health pool. It's a very large shield. Maybe just increase the AoE of the ultimate when he casts it. Right now it is 7. We could say increases area effect by 50%. So this would be a new 20. Bossa Nova. Sound barrier area of effect increased by 50%. Decays over 12 seconds, so it's half as slow. And the side of this pretty much always make sure you land it on your entire team. Still keeping the 1 second delay of the cast time. Mixing fire. I believe High Five has like a 20-second cooldown for ally. Mixing fire reduces the cost and cooldown by 30%, which drops cooldown to about 0.7 times 20 is about 15 seconds. Dealing damage in all healing received by 50%. I wanted to just make the passive part built into High Five. Let's just reduce the mana cost to 20 and cooldown to 15 seconds. I do feel like the cooldown is a bit too high as a baseline. 20 mana cost of 20, so your entire team is 5. Well, it's not like you can High Five yourself. But 5 times 20 is 100, matches sound barrier, that's nice. Mixing fire, I would, so first remove passive part. Also, healing receive. Healing received reduction to 75% and also 75% MS slow for 1 second. Remove passive part. Healing received reduction to 75% and 75% MS slow for 1 second. 75% MS slow and healing received reduction to 75% for 1 second. So I'm buffing the effect but making the duration shorter. It's kind of like the opposite of High Five. It's 1 second of unstoppable. So this one I'm making it the enemies are 75% reduced healing, and a super heavy slow. I'm not reaching 100% because that's kind of Anna's specialty. So 75% healing reduction is like the second highest in the game. You have some sources like Deckard Cain with Emerald or Zol. So I would have a 20 that focuses on amp it up. And let's see, for crossfade we have increases the passive healing and movement speed. I think the one that increases your speed is fine. We wanted to rename this one. I think House Party is pretty weak. Let's maybe look at the trait first, because he has a lot of these things. Well, he also has Wall Ride, which is his mount, actually. Gets increased MS when near terrain. So it's like this thing, Accelerando. Very high speed bonus. As long as you can maintain it, that's fine. Smooth moves. See, this is his carry. Life steals. I find that kind of strange. Increases wall ride duration. We could maybe have that one. It's just remove just change it to increases wall ride duration by 2 seconds. Moving the lifesteal part, the carry part. Let's see, push off has supersonic. Push off's cooldown recharges faster. If you use push off, heavy slow deals damage and it displaces you in that direction. You could make the range. Dashes for, is it 7 range? Yeah, it looks like he dashes for about 7.5 range. Instead of the cooldown, maybe I would do Silent recharges twice as fast as long as you keep wall ride on. Or I'll probably have an offensive use for push off. Maybe if you connect it on an enemy, reset sound wave? Cooldown sound wave. So either we add that as a new talent or we change something. Heavy casters is good. I mean, always adding stuns are good. And it's not that easy to land push off because it has condition. Heavy casters is fine. Because we also have the sound wave talent where if you burst it off the wall, that one increases the damage. So yeah, we should definitely have what I said using push it. No wait. That one's using wall ride, right? Wall ride. I mean, for push it off to be active, I think wall ride is always guaranteed to be active. So we have Supersonic, which is reworked to be Supersonic. Hitting an enemy hero with push off, resets the cooldown of sound wave. with push off resets the cooldown of sound wave.
Head to our healing fountain.
Incredible.
What we have? Oh, we're definitely missing a lot of talents. Let's have let's call this one Summer Anthem. We can keep all together. But he himself has a lot of MS bonus. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I didn't go over slip. Slip is fine. Passing near an enemy hero increases movement speed bonus to 40% and grants 50. No, I actually might make this increase this wall right duration by 1 second and gain 10 armor while active. I'd probably take the armor off slip. Remove armor bonus, so it's just a movement thing. This can definitely be put a lot earlier. Or maybe switch with smooth moves. I was thinking of maybe having this. We have another thing for crossfade. So we have increases healing and speed boost. You have increased MS. This is for everything, so something for healing. I was thinking of, let's call this in the beat. Or with in the beat, with the beat. Crossfade. Increases healing received by, let's say, like 10%. Or maybe, since this is passive, 10%. Maybe have this super early. Cooldown of 20 seconds. I think maybe giving push off another charge. Let's call this untouchable. Push off gets a second charge. Cooldown reduced by 5 seconds. Because that with the stun is very good. This is probably a 16 talent because you also get this one, the reset of Soundwave. And Soundwave can hit harder because of Wallride's bonus. So if you wanted to carry Lucio, you would be the nuker with Soundwave instead of the auto attacker, Soundwave and push off. And you also have reverse amp built in. So yeah, I'd rather have this type of damage Lucio than the auto attacker. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Maybe one more. Or we will have one more. But we can start putting things. Put down the quest. Subwoofer. Party mix and house party. When 6+ heroes in range, reward is duration plus reward is duration plus 0.25 seconds up to 2 seconds. Quest to amp it up when 6+ heroes in range. Reward is duration plus 0.25 seconds up to 2 seconds. This is the third quest you can take. And then let's see. I said up the frequency is probably a 20. Untouchable should be a 16. Heavy casters is probably still at 13. For Sonics, maybe like a 7-ish. This is 7. Soundwave things, you can take the damage one at 4. So the shield one would be at 7 also. You can be more aggressive with this or defensive with this one. March. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you can't actually get both of these. But that should be fine. This one can stay at 16. the amp up talent. This one gave me pretty early, up to 11. This can be like a 4 talent, really. Yeah, let's just put that here. This one is for crossfade. Maybe make altogether the other 20. So this is a passively stacking increased MS. Yeah, I'm pretty tempted. So altogether also applies to allies affected by crossfade. So you have 25% MS bonus. So passively plus 10, so you have 35. You actually run faster than horses, or you hit amp it up, and then you guys can move together at 55% increased MS. Let's see, we have these things. I think Summer Anthem is maybe like a 13-ish. This is a crossfade talent. All the wall ride stuff can be pretty early. We have space at what? 7, 13, 16. Wait, do I really have enough? I thought I was missing one. So I have like, Soundwave has what? 3, I think. Crossfade has 1, 2, 3, 4. Amp Up has 1, 2, 3, 4. Wall Ride has, I think, 3. Yeah, the stuffing has 3. I mean, push up has 3. That's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. I guess I do have 21. Smooth moves is probably the 16. I just buffed the armor bonus slightly. Yeah, I guess this is a 16 talent out of all of these. So this would be under the trait as the mount. 7 and 13. Seven. This one can be 13. 7 is Accelerando. That's okay. So yeah, this is Lucio. Okay, next up we have Lunara. I believe she is one of the Dryads working for Cenarius. She's based on a Warcraft 3 Dryad. We talk about are all Dryads work under Cenarius? Okay. Oh man. It's the triple Zul'jin time. Let's talk about Dryads. It's from Warcraft 3. Of the Night Elf race. They have Abolish Magic, which they made into 13 talents. Also removes Dispels CC, which is very strong. With insane cooldown 20 seconds. This one is, yeah, it's pretty much a purge. It is a purge. It doesn't actually remove hard stuns. She has the slow, which is her trait in HOTS, deals damage, but her slow is triggered through W. We all going all attacker? I guess I would join them. And she is also immune to all spells. There's no catch. Zone Hots. They gave her E is a Wisp, which is actually the builder of Warcraft 3 for Night Elves. They are not super harmless. I mean, they do not attack, but they also can self-detonate to apply a mana burn. So they're not super like docile as you would expect. That's also her most plain ability. Only has like one talent. So that one, if I wanted to either give her a new ability for that or add talents for the Wisp, I would have to decide on one. Her two ults have multiple charges. I am not sure if she was the first hero to have multiple charges, because she's pretty old. Now, right there's her title, First Daughter of Cenarius. So she has arranged a nuke or a dash over the enemy, makes her unstoppable. That one is like Greymane, you can use it with a high skill cap to dodge disables by tanking them with your face. Her tier is medium. She's pretty decent sustained poker. Familiarity, also medium. I mean, so the fact her ultis have multiple charges, I probably won't remove that aspect of it. And just leave it like that. Both short cooldowns, you can see, gets all the charges within 45 seconds for that one, and this one is within 40 seconds. Her 20 upgrades are... Applies 2 stacks, increases range, and increases her vision, which is like a non-existent thing in HOTS. We have a couple reduced vision, and that's about it. Nothing for increased range. Boundless Stride. Refunds all charges and they can be used on allies. So instead of 40 seconds, is every 15 seconds you get 2 charges, can be used on allies. It's pretty plain. I would maybe change it. Feels like a very unimpactful 20. Her other 20s is this one. Her trait deals more damage. It's pretty simple, but it's also, I think, probably the most common pick.
Not bad.
Because it helps her sustain damage. Her other last 20 increases her MS. Her mount is she just runs 20% faster, I believe. Dryad Swiftness. I probably change that out. Because it also doesn't feel too impactful.
Nanoboost administered. A worthwhile sacrifice.
So her talents are Noxious Blossom, Crippling Spores, Wisp, and Nature's Toxin. So you can see her whole focus is to apply her dot, Nature's Toxin, through abilities or attacks. This one can only be used while they have at least one dot stack.
Nanoboost administered. I expected more from you.
So we can talk about Wisp. It only has one Sentinel Wisp. Increases its effect to bigger vision and flying vision. So that's fine. This is a scouting tool. Wisp also costs no mana. I would probably have something that triggers when the wisp dies to reference the detonation in Warcraft. I can show you the wisp. This thing I'm talking about detonates. So we just call it detonate, and then this will be triggers a noxious bloom when it dies. Triggers noxious bloom at its location. So the enemy is kind of penalized for killing it, especially if they're melee. I guess you could also offensively send a wisp to die just to trigger it. But it has a pretty long cooldown, 30 seconds. Maybe one more wisp talent later. Let's see. Division thing. This is kind of a reference to, well, night elves can have increased vision during nighttime. Yeah, that's why they're night elves. And I'd probably just remove it because there's no day or night cycle in HOTS. Yes, the triple Zolgene strat. So let's look at our other abilities. Natural perspective. That's your reveal very long because of that 9-second duration. It's a good counterpick talent, or if you want to know where the enemies are when they disengage. It's a fine talent. We have Siphoning Toxin. Gives her some sustain. Kind of feels like it matches the theme of like a plant absorbing. Nature's Calling is for non-heroes. I'd probably remove that one. We have Unfair Advantage. It only deals more damage against CC targets. She can only slow the enemy through one ability, but she can trigger that herself. That's fine. Intensifying Toxin. This is more damage for her trait. These two should stack together additively to like 100% or something. Because it's usually additive in HOTS. There's average attack range. And we also have her mount is called Dryad Swiftness. Empty Hop lets her cross the battlefield easier. It does not benefit her while chasing. You guys can see that for 2 seconds while attacking, it doesn't kick in. You can maybe have Galloping Gate as another MS boost that's passive, like just increases move speed of Dryad's Swiftness by another 10%. So this one has a conditional. This one can be a higher tier, but will be always on. So it's slightly stronger than Hibbity Hop. You can take both. This one would probably be moved to like 13-ish. Or we could give her Abolish Magic as her third. Or maybe have, if Lunara is disabled, the Wisp will sacrifice itself to cleanse Lunara. You need a Wisp kind of close to you. Triggers noxious boom. Let's call this, yeah. Let's make this Abolish Magic. When Lunara is disabled, the Wisp will sacrifice itself to cleanse her for 1 second. The Wisp, if near, when Lunara is disabled, the Wisp, if near, sacrifices itself to cleanse her for 1 second. So she can remove stuns off herself as long as she has the Wisp nearby. This can be triggers a noxious bloom at location when it dies. Yeah, okay. So you have this vision thing. And then you can leave it near you. If the enemy kills it, they are slightly penalized. If the enemy tries to disable you, they can't because the wisp will remove the CC. So they have to focus the wisp, which you can just hide in some remote corner. This makes the wisp a lot more interesting. Maybe change Sentinel Wisp to after being stationary for 5 seconds, its vision Wisp reveals the surrounding area. So instead of relying on bushes, once you park it, it can get flying vision. Wisp reveals the surrounding area. But you don't have the massive vision range. So if you were in the bush, you'd get the baseline 75% increased vision range. I'd probably change the wisp to be changed to stationary instead of being in a bush for its bonus effect. This would be a slight buff. Just not rely on bushes. I don't know if the bush is to be a reference that the wisp is kind of a scouting tool because you can gather off trees, so you place them in like sides of the map. I mean, the closer reference would be sticking the wisp to terrains and walls, but I'm just changing it so it gives a greater effect when stationary. Noxious Bloom. We have this one, Blossom Swell. It's good. Bigger AoE, easier to land, applies 2 stacks. Splintered Spear is fine. Does for a bit of AoE damage, but she is mainly a single target specialist. Choking Blossom, I feel like has a prop. It contradicts this one, Blossom Swell, because this deals bonus damage when they are poisoned. But this easily applies poison. So we can definitely have I mean, let's look at the last one. Accelerated Contamination is just more spammable. I don't want that. I wanted to say Choking Blossom will be reworked to... Oh, Choking Pollen, sorry. Choking Pollen will be reworked to Noxious Blossom. I need to remember that the Wisp can trigger Noxious Blossom. The Blossom Swell is fine. Splintered Spear's a bit awkward. I'd probably tie that into Crippling Spores. But for Choking Pollen, Noxious Blossom repeats itself after repeats itself after 1 second. So then this one can trigger it twice also. Blossom Swell. Increase its range by 25%, raised by 20%. I might actually make the 3 stacks separate into this accelerated contamination. Or wait, choking pollen. Accelerated contamination. Let's call this one the repeat. And then choking pollen will be Blossom Swell. Applies 3 stacks of nature's toxin. It's guaranteed to be full stacks. So this one, remove the extra stack when on hit. Maybe buff the site numbers for that talent. Radius is pretty small, 1.375. Range is fine. The radius turns into about 1.6-ish. We can make it almost 2 by saying radius increase to 40%. Radius increase to 40%. And then Splinter Spear, I was going to remove that into like a Crippling Spore talent. We might juggle these two and switch their positions, but let's continue. You can see there is an insane amount of Crippling Spore talents. We have like Wild Vigor. Increases her right click. So we have Wild Vigor is fine, but I might compress some things. Endless Spores. Casting while these 2 heroes are afflicted reduces cooldown by 4. We can maybe change this one to be reduces crippling spores cooldown by 2. Seconds per hero afflicted by nature's toxin. Reduces crippling spores cooldown by 2 seconds per hero affected by nature's toxin. So you can grab the whole team. It's an infinite refresh, it feels like it. So that one might have to be like a 16 or 20. Let them wither, increases the slow and causes it to not decay. That's pretty strong. it will be a 40% slow for 4 seconds. This one start with spear. Maybe change all these using spores buffs for attacks into you pick one out of 3. So it would be like Wild Vigor increases basic attack damage. We would have Starwood Spear. Remove passive attack range bonus. Remove passive parts. Let's say attack range bonus 2. Let's say like about 40% is 2.2. 2.25. Let's say 40% for maybe like 4 seconds. 2.2 for 4 seconds. This one might have to be by 1 second. Actually, let me think about it. We have Splintered Spear is definitely going to be here now. Splintered Spear tied to using crippling spores. Tied to using crippling spores. So this one's AoE. This one is single target, increases range. This one increases once for attack damage, once for attack speed. Invigorating spores or wild vigor. Let's actually pick the attack speed one just so she can build max stacks easier. So let's call this invigorating spores instead. We'll probably remove wild vigor. Let's just put this down here. Invigorating spores. Using crippling spores increases attack speed by 40% for 4 seconds. So I have like 40% increase for 4 seconds here and here. And then for this one, it would be 40% for 4 seconds. That's a 160% increase. let's say tied to using crippling spores. Using crippling spores allows her attacks to hit up to 3 enemies for 4 seconds. Using crippling spores allows her attack to hit 3 enemies for 4 seconds. So this is just for AoE damage. This is attack range, this is attack speed. So yeah, we put those 3 self buffs together, and then we have increase slow, and then the more spam one. I probably have endless spores as a 20. I think this one needs to be the strongest. This one probably needs to be... These two probably need to be switched. So let's say unfair advantage. Damage reduced to 40%. Intensifying toxin damage increased to 60%. Because this one is well, I mean, they're both conditional, but this one's also a 20. So let's see, what else do we have? What did we not go over? That was moved into the Wisp. And we didn't go over... So we can cut off 2 things. You can see her talent tree is actually enormous. Greater spell shield is because she had the generic spell shield. They just chose to give her a greater version. That's kind of unique to her, and it's pretty strong. But I would probably remove that. Her only defensiveness is abolish magic and siphoning toxin. Oh, we could change Galloping Gait to I don't know how slows actually work on her. Let's just say this is cannot be slowed. Like Stitches has this as Shambling Horror, cannot be slowed below like 110% move and speed or something. Oh, so we have this Galloping Gait, cannot be slowed. That might be a 16 or 20. Lunara cannot be slowed. So we have what? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's perfect. Her 2 heroics, baseline are fine. Thornwood Vine and Leaping Strike. Boundless Stride, I'd probably add an additional charge. This recharges in 40 seconds. Let's actually make Boundless Stride have double the effect, so increases max charges to 4, cooldown reduced to 10 seconds. Or let's see, cooldown reduced to 10 seconds. I'm afraid of it being too much damage as a burst is the problem. Let's say cooldown reduced by 5 seconds. So it'll be 15-second cooldown with 4 charges. That's 1 minute to get all of them back. Increases max charges to 4. Cooldown reduced by 5 seconds. Forest's Wrath. I would change this into I'll just rework it into Wisp will also mimic Thornwood Vinecast, like Jaina's Watch Elemental. So you essentially have double damage for this ability also, as long because it comes from your Wisp. So her reliance on her Wisp as a companion is now a lot higher. I'll leave Intensifying Toxin as a 20. Endless Spores is also now a 20. Because she has buffs when using Crippling Spores. This one is a repeat. It should be 16. And then all the Blossom and Wisp talents should probably be together. So this one can be 16. This one can be 13. So you can take her Wisp, Blossom, and Thornwood Vine build to be like a dual character hero, or you can take the Crippling Spore build So she just focuses on her self-attacks. We have... Let's see, Blossom Swell is actually kind of strong. Could maybe have Choking Pollen as the 1. No, this is the... This is a 1 if you want this, or... That or... I mean, this one... This is Radius. Yeah, let's have Choking Pollen at 1. Which means Detonate would actually be at 4. And Blossom Swell would be at 7. Actually, wait a sec. 7. No, all... Okay, these 3 Spore Talents definitely should be together. Let's put these at... I was thinking actually kind of early. 4, 7. So Natural Perspective can also be here. Wait, Hippity Hop. Okay, let me think. Let's have the Choose Your Spear upgrade at 7. We have the multi-hit, increase range, or use attack speed. We need stuff at 16 and 13. This one is probably 16 talent. Lunara cannot be slowed. And let's see, we have... That's not there. Let Them Wither is a stronger slow. Wait, we have space at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's put Blossom Swell at 13. Because it's pretty strong. And then this is the duplicate at 16. We have, that's the Wisp talent. We also have Unfair Advantage at 16. Actually, this can be down here. 13 and 4. Hippity Hop can be 4, sure. Siphoning Toxin is probably also 4. That would be her trait, which goes here. So Wisp triggers a noxious blue mass location when it dies.
Time remaining. 10 seconds.
That's her trait, that's her mount. And then the last one would
5, 4, 3,
yeah, be Let Them Wither.
1.
Goes here.
Eliminate
And yeah, this should be Lunara.
A player has rejoined the game. Vital signs negative. Elimination complete. Enemy defeated.
Expertly done, healer. You're the real rockstar.
Destroyed. Select attack. Kill confirmed. Amazing. Enemy hero terminated. Double kill. Enemy forces eradicated. MVP.
Okay, next up we have Maiev. She is from Warcraft. Also a prominent character. She's known for hunting Illidan, as she is a warden. Hero? Warden? So her abilities are Fan of Knives, which is an AoE spell. Which they turned into a skill shot in HOTS. She has Blink, which there was too many instant blinks, so they made her Spirit of Vengeance. Shell Strike, they made into a 20, and her ultimate is Vengeance, which is actually a summon, which they kind of made into Spirit of Vengeance. She's very mobile because Blink is very spammable. So her trait is also
Prepare yourselves.
mobile thing. She just gets invulnerability.
Never seen a Protoss like you before.
Bolt of the Wardens.
Try.
Remove extra charge at 20. I don't like
What is a proton?
these freebie things. If you wanted an ability upgrade, you will have to take them as a talent.
10 seconds.
Make the experts cry.
She notably has no heroic upgrades. She instead has choose your shadow orb. I would
Have not
probably make some heroic upgrades for her just to standardize things.
I needed that.
Her two heroics are Containment Disc, which is like a reference to her imprisoning Illidan. She likes to trap people. Also reduces all vision while active, which
Remain vigilant.
is pretty rare. Her other ultimate is Warden's Cage. It creates like a circle of units that push enemies who touch it inside. I believe you can walk from outside to in.
Needed that.
And obviously if you're inside and you try to escape, it will push you back in, but it consumes the avatar. I mean, an easy upgrade to that is the avatars are not consumed when they knock back. It says the cage lasts 5 seconds, so it's like a 5 seconds of... It's not even a hard CC. They're allowed to do anything inside. So that wouldn't be too busted. Sonya has like also 5 seconds of trap with her leap. Except Warden's Cage is pretty big AoE. But it doesn't have any CC or anything else to it.
Choose a talent.
So that's fine.
Be wary, friend. I am thankful you are here. Be judged by the light. There is no power stronger than hope.
So 20 upgrade for her first. I would have to think about it. Maybe just increase duration would be an easy guess. 4 seconds.
My faith drives me. I needed that. Take a stand.
Pull that to 8. So it would be like, yeah, it's like Cocoon then, very long. Actually has no counter
I needed that.
play. Unlike Cocoon where you can just break the allies out. I mean, as a 20 upgrade, I think that's fine.
We do not. I needed that.
Her tier, I would put her at medium. She's probably like the only melee assassin I would put at medium for a ram. Because she has decent amount of CC control through her second. And her ulti. Her first is also easy to reset with this many amount of enemy heroes. Her skill cap is higher than average though, because like I said, the first you need to land the reset, which is hitting 2 or more heroes. And her combo is Spirit into Umbral Bind to pull enemies. She has synergy because she pulls enemies towards her and they group up, so she can easily land Q or... and she can pull through Umbral Bind or the Warden's Cage. So this is medium. Familiarity, low. I don't really play her. Two ultis or containment disc. And Warden's Cage.
There is no power stronger than hope.
But the upgrades, I would call this, let's call this like punishment.
The prophet's faith was not misplaced.
Choose a talent.
Or maybe like verdict.
The Naru have not.
Warden's Cage avatars are not consumed.
I needed that.
Triple kill.
Huh, they are challenged. I needed that.
Enemy slain.
Ordnance cage avatars are not consumed when call it. I'll just say yeah, are not consumed. And then this one we can call it 10,000 years, which is a reference to Illidan's imprisonment. I think it's by Maiev.
I am thankful you are here.
Such daring.
This realm needs our help. I am unstoppable.
Heal yourself before you become a burden.
We do not fear. The prophet still guides us. Now is the time. We like tremendous spirit.
The angels smile on you. The enemy is attacking our core. You have been slain.
This would be containment disk lasts 8 seconds. Her old 20s, we had reset cooldown Spirit of Vengeance. Oh, you had to recharge them all. They actually have no cooldowns. Another reference to her high skill cap. So you have to land Spirit of Vengeance hits.
I have returned. The light will protect us.
Shell Orb Huntress. This makes her move faster, recharged by dealing physical damage, which is either her attacks and she has, I think, something that makes Fan of Knives.
I require aid.
Or maybe Fan of Knives itself does physical damage?
The prophet's faith was
I know
not
it has some physical damage related to it.
will protect
It's either through a talent or itself is physical. Spell damage. Probably one of the talents. Adds this one, Blade Dance. Adds physical damage to it.
until the end. The prophet's stay guides us. No one help me. You were no match for them. Until the end. I am thankful you are here. This is my ship. Another triumph for the Alliance. I needed
There is strength in your heart. Call upon it.
And her last one is Shell Orb Shell Strike, a reference to her ability in Warcraft.
The enemy is attacking our core.
It deals a damage, a dot, and a slow. Yeah, this one's reset through spell damage. Let's see.
Never did I a glorious death.
Spirit of Vengeance. I would remove the cooldown reduction because Blink has nothing related to hitting enemies really. You can use it to just go anywhere.
We will fight again. MVP.
Remove cooldown reduction. So it states at 13 seconds. Talents we have. She has some quests, so let's see. We have Fan of Knives, Umbral Bind. So it gives her a cleave, and especially this is anti-mobility. If they move too far, they are pulled back towards her. Let's say this one, we just have the extra charge if people miss it. Let's call this acrobatic. Vault of the Wardens gets a second charge. The cooldown's not too long, so second charge. This is maybe at 16. I don't think it's worth 20. I mean, it was given free before. Vault of the Wardens. Let's see. She has, maybe this one is her other. Neisha's Memento. Neisha is her like lieutenant. She, spoiler, dies in Warcraft 3. This is why it's Memento. Gives her splash. Kind of weird. Because she is a single target duelist in Warcraft 3. So I probably won't have this thing. But the bounce, because it's Neisha, does have a bouncing attack. But I probably won't have that. We have, for Fan of Knives, the quest pinned down. The quest is harder. You have to hit 3 heroes. The reward is damage. Or hit all 4 heroes to get everything. Just more damage, that's fine. Blade Dance. I think it's 3 deals damage in a 360 area effect. Yeah, pretty big. It's physical damage. This one is fine. Because Fan of Knives is AoE in Warcraft 3. As a 360 ability. So yeah, I'll probably just move that somewhere else. Elun's Wrath. Elun is the Knight of Goddess that they worship. She isn't really like... doesn't really feel like the other Knights, really. Even though she has Shadow Meld or Hide. I don't know if I want that. Bladed Armor. That's fine. She only gets stacks by hitting multiple heroes. So another thing for her high skill gap. Vengeful Knives is percentage based damage. Makes the next hit harder. I might do something about that. So we have Umbral Bind. Bonds of Justice increases the damage of pull damage and the cleave damage. This one is cooldown reduction for these two, makes them more spammable. I might keep that one just because it's a hybrid talent and it makes these two go along with each other. So we can say Pursue of Vengeance. This Bonds of Corruption reduces armor. Makes them a lot easier to be killed after getting pulled. That's fine. That picture is more of an undead thing instead of the Night Elf orb. But let's keep going. Chain Gang is... Oh, this is an armored tier. Requires 2 heroes hit. Yeah, I'll probably keep the armored tier there. Chain Gang. And shadow armor. Focuses on attacks. Attacks refresh it. I think it's good because I kind of wanted to give her some auto attack options. Oops, this goes into Spirit of Vengeance. Cruel Chain increases MS and pull damage. It's shared, kind of. Each time she deals damage, pull damage is increased. Okay, that's pull damage. That one's fine. Because damage, bonds of corruption. Makes them here to I would kind of want something to increase the tether duration, just so enemies can't wait it out as easily, maybe to like 4 seconds. So either I would put that with a talent like Chain Gang, or maybe replace this thing. Of vengeance. I actually might have 20 be. This would be changed to using Vault of the Wardens. Reset all basic ability cooldowns. So you can take that with the second charge and actually use all your abilities like 3-ish times. So this is definitely a 20. Vault of the Wardens might need increased cooldown. Let's say cooldown is increased to 20 seconds. Because I'm afraid of the reset being way too spammable. So for Armored Assault is another other talent. Which is armor, increases all physical damage dealt. That can also work for her all attack build or this talent. That's good. Armored Assault. Spirit of Vengeance. We also have Sudden Vengeance. We have, let's say, the armor tier. This have like 4 for each ability, I think. Let's have this one is Vengeful Knives. Enemies hit by Spirit of Vengeance. Yeah, what? 1, 2. We don't have this one either. So the combo with enemies hit. Heroes hit by Spirit of Vengeance take 100% bonus damage from Fan of Knives. For 2 seconds. Take plus 100% damage from next Fan of Knives. So this is a combo, you Spirit on top of them. This also works for single target damage. Heroes hit by Spirit of Vengeance take plus 100% damage from Fan of Knives. Bonds of Corruption I wanted to change because this one, the slow I would move into Spirit of Vengeance called Shadow Strike. Hitting with Spirit of Vengeance deals or no, it'll be like this one, blinking with actually dealing damage causes the next cast. So if you hit 5 people, it just hits harder and harder. Maybe I'll just leave it like that because that also rewards you for multiple hits. Which is kind of her hero. So Fan of Knives is for multiple hits AoE damage. I want to make sure she has something that's good for a single target. So Sudden Vengeance, I'm replacing this with Shadow Strike. Linking with Spirit of Vengeance deals, let's say, 75 damage. Deals 75 damage and 30%. 50% decaying slow over 5 seconds and 50% decaying slow for 5 seconds. Blinking with Spirit of Vengeance deals 75 damage and 50% decaying slow for 5 seconds. Let's just say blinking in with Vengeance. Deals 75 damage and 50% decaying slow over 5 seconds. Because Shell Strike slow does get weaker over time, I believe. Or I might be thinking of Purge, actually. Let me just check something. Purge. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of Purge. And let's say... let's just use Bonds of Corruption numbers. 25% slow. And 25% slow. For over 3 seconds. Because this one, I would change this into longer tether duration. Let's call this binding tethers. Increases umbral bind tether duration to 4 seconds. Binding tethers increases umbral bind tether duration to 4 seconds. So this one is a replacement for Sudden Vengeance and kind of Bonds of Corruption. A Ruthless Spirit. Each enemy hit increases all damage Maiev dealt by 15%. Let's... yeah, that one's fine, Ruthless Spirit, but let's adjust the numbers. Damage bonus to 10%, stacking up to 50%. Normally you have to hit 2 heroes. To get full effect at 30%. Here, my new one, it's weaker if you hit 2 heroes. You have to hit 3 heroes to compensate the same. But you can hit even more. And if you do, you get a higher cap to attain. This is just a change. So we took out like one, two, we took out 3. We added 1, 2. Or we armor assault. We can start putting things in their places soon.
My fate's keeper. Good deal.
Just relax.
Find a healing fountain quickly. Excellently done.
I'll take care of it.
Excellently done. I require assistance. I am here. You're holding back. Let's see how you fight. My fate's keeper. Aga, thank you. Excellently done. Aga, thank you.
Here we go.
let's put some things in their position. This one is definitely a 20.
All right, let's get back into the field. Wow, that.
What you say?
Sterilizing now.
My thanks, King.
All her armor is generic armor, which makes her tankier against both. I don't really see why she should be tanky against mages. I feel like she should be more of a physical armor duelist. So I'd probably nerf all her armor into just physical armor.
Waga, thank you.
Let's see, we have the armor things stay at 13.
MVP.
Let's maybe make maybe make these different types. Shadow armor grants spell armor. Found knives can stay as generic armor. And Umbral Bind will be physical armor. Chain Gang. This will be grants of physical armor. Just to mix things up a bit. At 16 we keep Vengeful Knives. Cruel Chain. Armored Assault. Armored Assault we're probably moving earlier. Even though it doesn't really kick in until she gets her 13. Just because of actually maybe acrobatic can be earlier. Cruel Chain is still 16. Okay, so if we have Armored Assault at 16. Seven. Wait, one would be the quests. We have that one, that one. The bounce lasts 8 seconds. I might actually make this like a passive somehow. Or we could put acrobatic at 1 actually. We have pin down at 1. Bonds of Justice. And I was thinking acrobatic, maybe we can try this. Or we can move it around if I don't like it there. We have what, 4 and 7. has 6 slots. We took out, let's see, we took out 1, 2. We took out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We switched these two. I added 1. Yeah, still need a lot. Binding tethers. Yeah, I feel like it's 7 is pretty good. Nice just memento. We could pretty much replace Elun's Wrath. Let's put that also at 7. So Blade Dance would be at 4. Our Nice just memento is kind of a mixture between that and Elun's Wrath. Hit. Oh, what am I spelling? Memento. Hit 2 plus heroes with Fan of Knives. Hit 2 plus heroes with Fan of Knives. Next attack bounces up to 4 times. I mean, bounces 4 times. My number was hopefully 4 or 5 hits, just so it can match the enemy team. Hit 2 plus heroes with Fan of Knives. Next attack bounces between, let's say bounces between enemy heroes. Because she is pretty much a fighter against heroes. You can see cleave pretty much tether on heroes. This one resets on heroes. So yeah. Neisha's Memento. Hit 2 plus heroes with Fan of Knives. Next attack bounces between enemy heroes. Hit 2 plus heroes with Fan of Knives, so next attack bounces between... Next attack will bounce. Next attack will bounce between heroes. Let's see, we also have these two. Ruthless Spirit is... Yeah, let's put that at 7. So we have what? All 3 abilities, all 3. This is 2. Blade Dance. We have Shout Strike replaces pretty much these 2. Deals bonus damage and it slows. This is Spirit of Vengeance ability. So we have something early and something later. Actually, I might keep Bonds of Corruption. Or let's see what we could reference. This is Found Knives. That is Spirit of Vengeance. We can have this one is Shadow Meld. Using Vault of the Warden gives stealth for 2 seconds. Because most female knives have Shadow Meld, which is invisibility. We have something like this. This one, Shadow Meld using Vault of the Wardens gives stealth for 2 seconds. And we actually need one more for her 20. This one resets all basic ability cooldowns. I was thinking of this one called Unrelenting. And takedowns reset Spirit of Vengeance. It's just a passive thing. So this one, it can activate like 4 or 5 times, once per hero. The other one just resets your entire kit twice, like a rewind. I think that's fine. So yeah, unrelenting is takedowns, reset the cooldown of Spirit of Vengeance. It gives her insane chase power as long as she gets pickoffs. Let's move that up here. And that should be it for Maiev.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for combat.
Ah, well met, warrior.
All right, let's take them down. No problem.
Time remaining 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Localized combat now beginning.
I'll hammer this out. Nothing.
First blood. Double kill.
My reference to 3 seconds is Shadow Strike deals damage every 3 seconds. That's why I'll keep the dot at 3 seconds.
Vital signs negative.
No sacrifice is too great.
Unrelenting, maybe I could add some bonus damage also to Spirit of Vengeance. Might be too underwhelming.
Exceptionally done.
Let's say add like plus 50% damage to Spirit of Vengeance.
These mercenaries are either with us or against us.
Heading here.
Let's get cracking.
Heading here.
Let's reward this to
Next time.
Spirit of Vengeance. Damage increase by 50%. Takedowns. Reset
Your team has
its cooldown. And because Spirit of Vengeance doesn't actually have a damage talent other than the dot one.
Alright, Swiftwing, let's try that again. The sky's the limit. Mind your back. I'm back here. Yalla, boss.
enemy hero terminated.
Mind if I
We can even make the damage 100%. Or no, let's just stick with 50 for now.
love
Warning. Core under attack by hostile forces.
That's what dead looks like. Let's get back.
Kill confirmed. Alert. Hostile forces are victorious.
Okay, that's all for today. See you next time.